Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Hope everyone's all right. Had a good week. My first week back to work after the lurgy. Feeling a lot better, which is good news. Apart from my back, but that's a whole new story. So we've got a few in. And welcome to Thomas Peter Stuzenton. I don't know how you pronounce that, Thomas, but welcome, mate. Who else we've got in? Aaron. Sunny Penzance was hammering down here, Aaron, so you might have it coming your way. You never know. Hopefully we can get rid of it. Hi, Michael. Hi, Chris. Aaron's saying rain's on the way. Did? Oh, we got some fingering today. That's for sure. Afternoon, Joe. Nice to wake up to hot coffee and a schematic. Yes, so at the top of the page, at the top of the chat, there is a link to the schematic for this. Because I'm gonna need some help, I reckon, on this one. I've got an idea, but I spent yesterday messing about with this radio, trying to identify what parts were what, and it, without a layout plan and that, it's really difficult. Trying to find the signal path through it is also quite tricky. So yeah, if anyone wants to follow along and give me a hand, then the link is pinned at the top of this chat. If you're reading the zeros right, the RF and IF are NPN, yeah, I believe so, and amp PNP. I mean, I'm pretty sure the amp's fine, Joe, but we've got a problem getting a signal through this thing, which I'll explain in a minute. Mac Vision, afternoon. Joe remembers it. He had a small handheld Soundesign. Afternoon, Nick. Joe's been searching for the Soundesign. I spent ages and ages trying to find anything on it, Joe. Couldn't even find, not even Radio World. Not Radio World, Radio Museum. They didn't even list it, so I must put a post on there. I've got I've done a little bit of messing about, so hopefully we can get there. Nick had a very similar radio when he was 15. It could receive the 2-meter handband. I believe it can it? I'm just looking at the dial here. So yeah, it will. In theory, it'll receive 145 megs. Well, 136. Well, right the way up. Yeah, it'll basically receive the whole of the 2-meter band by the looks of it. Not SSB, because it's got no SSB on it. And I think the Airband and the police should be AM. So you probably could just about hear FM on it, but it'd be a bit distorted. I don't know. I'm sure Nick could get around that. No problem. Hello again to Thomas. Danish, how you doing, Paul? You had a real tone. Apparently, they were branded real tone. Originally, I think they were real tone, and then they went to Soundesign. Theo's in. Afternoon, Theo. Good to see you, mate. 4 fingers and a thumb. I don't think I could take that many fingers. Hang on, we're jumping here, Jumping up, just jumped. Rob Tiverich from an overcast Thursday. The rain's coming your way. Shortwave Radio Test Channel. Hello to you. Theo, thanks for the super chat. And Rob. 2 on the bounce. David Tag, how you doing, David? Hi to Rob. Rob's radio channel. Anthony, how you doing? Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Bob Anderson. Hi, Bob. Well, we are getting an audio signal through on FM, although it does, again, I believe we've got a problem with the IF, Bob. I think I've identified which are the AM and which are the FM IF transformers, but, you know, I got it slightly better, but no, it's not pulling the signal through very well at all. Afternoon from Polska. H. Neil. Yeah, a lot better, Anthony. Thanks. I'm glad to hear you're a bit better. Got rid of the lurgy pretty much now, but I've been into the physio on Friday for my upper back issue, and they've really twisted it and made it worse. But there you go. That's what they do, isn't it? That's what they do. David Tipton, how you doing, David? Right. So first of all, we need to sort out the finger. And I hope you watched David's video where he sampled the finger. He had his first finger. He did like the finger as well. But I think he did have it in the fridge. Now this has not been in the fridge. This has been sat on the side. So we're looking at room temperature. I know it's not the done thing in some parts of the world. But you know, us Brits are a strange bunch, aren't we? David loves the finger. Hi, Gavin. What is the bishop's finger in reality? It's like the old-fashioned signposts. H. Neil. And there is a picture on the front of the old signpost there. That. So it's sort of supposed to be like pointing like that. That's what they were called, bishop's fingers. So that's what a bishop's finger actually is. But you know, we have a bit of a laugh. Lots of innuendos are going around about having the finger on a Sunday and all the rest of it. But it's a bit of fun, isn't it? And it's a nice beer. It's a nice beer. I do have some links to the beer as well, but I'm not going to go there. I can't go there. Anyway, cheers everybody. Here's to hopefully a good live stream and a repaired radio. So I don't know, those of you that can remember the radio last Sunday when we left, it was sort of working. The sound had come up. You remember there was problems with the sound on it, and FM was working, but AM was pretty much non-existent. Well, you can see I've actually gone mental on it and taken off the dial cord. It was a bit drastic, but to be fair, it had to be done because I just literally couldn't get at any of the transistors underneath the dial cord pulley. So I got the signal generator out yesterday. spent a good probably few hours on this yesterday. I took some photos of the board, ready to label up which components are which, because again, there's nothing like this on the internet. Started a list of all the components, what they are. Is it me, or is there like a stripey going up and down the screen? It looks like my camera's playing about with the refresh rate, which is unusual because it never does that normally. Strange. I'm running late, Chris. I'm on already. Chris, what's going on? $37 degrees, a bit much for drinking at room temperature. Yeah, I'll bet, David. Different parts of the world, you need it. I remember in Greece, when you go to Greece on holiday, they actually have the beer glasses in the freezer. They have the beer glasses in the freezer, so they pull them out and they're covered in ice and frost. That's the way to drink Greek beer, that is, definitely. You can buy it in Poland and Spitfire. Nice one, H. Neil. There you go, Gavin. Every day's a learning day, isn't it? You're all disillusioned, Dids. It could be one of the caps. They were pretty bad, some of them. There is a stripy rolling. I don't know what that is. It doesn't seem to be doing it now, but if I put something white in front of it, I don't know what's going on with that. Not sure. Afternoon, Barry. Afternoon, Rolf. No, it's not just the one camera. It's both cameras. Because if I zoom in on this camera, you can see it's, if I hold up some paper there, you can see it's rolling on that one as well. That's the Nikon camera. And this is the main camera. Doing it on that one as well, which is a bit weird. And what about the webcam? Even worse on the webcam. So yeah, I'm really not sure what's going on with that. It's almost like I haven't got enough light in here, or something's, one of these lights may be on its way out, or not bright enough. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The vertical hold needs adjustment. Yeah, no, normally you just give it a whack on the side, Nick, don't you? I'm a zebra. Yeah, frame rate problems. Yeah, frames per second are running nice at 25, which is what it's set up for. Earth problem on the mixer. It'd be good to see a Benji video again, wouldn't it? So let's zoom in a little bit closer on this. So as I say, I've got a little bit drastic on it. I've undone all the switches as well. I've taken lots of photographs because this is like an accident waiting to happen, isn't it, with all these wires that are everywhere. It's like a rat's nest. And this is where the tuning pulley went. You can see it's all sort of hanging off here. I have got it taped up so as I know exactly how it went. So yesterday I started going through this and having a look at what's what. I discovered that the two IF transformers for AM are the yellow ones. It looks like the green ones are FM. This red one here is the AM oscillator. I assume that this one's FM. I'm not sure what this one over here is that's sealed. But I have sort of traced this through. I know that I believe is Q4. And this one up here is Q3. So I set the signal generator up. I thought there's no information as to what the IF is on this. So I thought probably 455. But it's strange because I cannot get an IF through this radio. Even if I whack this thing up full whack and wrap it around the what am I on about? The antenna coil, the ferrite coil there. I cannot get a signal through it, which is really strange. Because if I put the AM modulator in line, I can get a signal through it fairly loud, which is a bit strange. So I thought, well, you know, perhaps I've got the wrong IF. So I pulled up the other radio, which is this one. pulled this one up, and sure enough, the IF flies through that, no problem at all. And it's around about 450, 58, something like this. It's a weird IF. I don't know whether it's just because it's out of tune, but we can demo that a minute. Let me just stick that up on there. Let's zoom you out a bit. Let's move that one out of the way. Let's bring this one in. So this one, if you remember when I originally looked at these radios, I think it was, trying to think what the video was now, but it was a little while ago now. And we had looked through both of these radios. Now this one was the loudest of the two. But obviously it still had issues, but it was performing. It was more sensitive than the one that we've recapped. So I'm just hooking this up to my power supply a minute. 6-volt radio. In the off position, let's pop it on. Let's pop my signal generator on. So you can hear that. I mean, that's AM, FM, VHF. So you can hear plenty of hiss. Now, if I go on to AM, amplitude. So you can hear that the IF is clearly swamping it, no problem at all. Yeah? But I cannot get anything like that on the other radios. So either we've got, I don't think we've got no oscillator because of the fact I can push the what are you trying to say here, Graham? I can push the signal from Derek's modulator through it, but I cannot push an IF through it. So it's all a bit precarious at the moment. So I've got to be really careful what I'm doing here because I've got way too many wires all twisted up and stuff that could potentially touch the board now. But I do need to power this back up. I need to test some voltages on transistors. But my question really is referring to the schematic itself. It could be an open circuit on the tuned aerial coil. Yeah? It could be like it could be one of the IF transformers. I think because FM is really, really quiet on it as well. It's not just AM, Derek, it's FM as well, and VHF. You can't get any sort of RF hiss on it without only a really strong signal is coming through. Hi, Stephen. Just catching up with the chat. Lighting's just slightly off the 50 hertz rate. It could be. I mean, it's all LED lights in here, to be honest, Joe. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Paul's pinged me. So, let's get the schematic up again a minute. Where is it? Where's it gone to? Where did I put the schematic to? It's here somewhere. Let's pop it up. There we go. Itchy nose. So I was trying to work out the signal path through this thing. There's lots of switching. There's a switch here. There's a switch up here. There's a switch back here. There's three lots of switching on it. So I've had to sort of get my head around it. If we follow this track back through the AM, it comes off the back end here. So this is the AM path into the amplifier side. This bit here, so T5, looks like the AM path is through this bottom section. So it uses these three transistors for AM, well, sorry, these two here for AM and FM. Now I've tested these in circuit and they both appear to be okay, but it doesn't mean to say they are. You know, I'm getting diodes showing on them. They're both exactly the same transistor, which I haven't got one. I haven't got a replacement. I'm trying to think where it goes through. So it must go through this one as well to get down into this section for the AM. So that's the detector there for AM. This is the discriminator for FM. So that top has got to be the FM path through the top section of these. Now this transformer is shared, I think, between AM and FM, or VHF. Again, we've got another switch here. So that switch would fall down to there, so the AM would then go through that way. Yeah, it is a bit confusing, to be fair, but it looks to me like the signal path goes through these two transistors, down through this IF here. It looks like it goes back up through there, then back down through this IF into the detector, and then from the detector out to here. And I think this down here is the oscillator side of it. But what's confusing me is the way they've drawn all this out. Because I mean, normally you would inject your IF into the base of one of these transistors, but being that they're NPNs, not PNPs, it's just really confusing me as to how they've laid it out. Again, they draw their schematics totally different to what we do over here. But I think this is the VHF front end here. FM front end is there, and this is sort of like mixer oscillator type thing down here, I believe. But we do have a signal gets applied to the base, and we've got another one gets applied here. So we've got two signals from AM coming into this one here, I believe. I don't know, as I say. It's got to be one of these three, and it is passing FM just about, but you do tend to find that sometimes. You can have a transistor that fails on the lower frequencies but will still pass the higher frequencies. So Q3, 4 and 5 I'm suspecting, but the question is, where do I inject my IF to test it? Do I inject it into the emitters? Because it seems to me that the signal passes through the emitter to the collector, even though the arrow is pointing the sort of wrong way, which, you know, normally would mean that your path is through this way, not through this way. But I don't know. You're going to have to enlighten me on this. Soundesign also branded Lafayette. Yeah, they were, Paul, and they had many different brands. I did have a picture of one. Paul's got an operating instructions for a Lafayette. Just, oh, you can see that. I think I'm on the screen anyway, aren't I? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if you can see that, Paul's just sent me a copy of a Lafayette 17-02638W. So maybe we can stick that in Google and see if that comes up with anything. It's just a Chinese radio that's been rebranded for a few different people. Didn't we find it as something else as well? Didn't someone send me another picture of it? Branded as something else again. Has the band selector switch been checked for corrosion? I haven't checked it for corrosion. I have given it the deoxit treatment though, Anthony. Full postage. Sandra, how you doing? Potting shed. Very nice. Potting shed weather. They are common base, so inject it at the emitter. Would the IF for Q3 and 4 be 10.7? I would think so, Rob, yeah. But then Q3 and 4 also pass the AM signal, don't they? Can you draw this thing up? Mark up. It won't let me. It won't let me zoom in to mark up. Look. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I'll have to open in something else to mark it up. So if we go back to the schematic, I mean, it looks to me like the AM signal comes out of here, pops into the system into here on the emitter of Q3. So it looks like it comes in here. So it goes through that, which is amplified, and we've got T3. That seems to be shared by AM and FM. Because, you know, FM goes through these two as well. So I'm really not sure what T3 is doing, because that's for AM and FM. T4 and T5, that's where it splits into two. So our signal's coming through R27 into this transformer. You know, if it's AM, that's going to be rejected by that, and it will come down through this side and go through this one, which is then, I think, popping it back up into this transistor, because it's linked on the output. We're also getting a bit of bit of the signal coming in here. So it's got to be going through this, then coming back down into this bottom transformer here, T7, which is a detector. So that's where I'm assuming. So I mean, I think what we need to try and do is, first of all, we've got to find where these are. Now Q3 and Q4, I think I found. Q5 I haven't tried to find yet. This is hellish difficult to try and get through this circuit. But yeah, Q3 and Q4 I found. So potentially I could inject into, I believe it's better to start at Q5 and work your way back, isn't it? I believe that's the best way of doing it. So we're going to be injecting, we're assuming that the signal's coming through here then for AM. So if we're injecting at Q5 emitter, the IF, which I believe is something like 456. What was that signal generator set at? 457. 457 seems to be the sort of sweet spot. Let's get the chat up over the top of that a minute. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Afternoon, Derek Taffman. Looks like the IF is switched. No worries, Chris. It's all good fun, isn't it? Hi, Ben. Background sound is also pulsing a bit today. I don't know. The gremlins have been at it, Gavin. Maybe it needs another blowout. Get the dust out of it again. Q4 also has connection to the AM. Yes, it does. There is something going through this way. Yeah. I mean, the signal's passing through Q4. It's got to get to T5. But I mean, the signal's coming off of this line here, really. So, you know, it's going up here into Q3. It's going up here into Q4. That's coming up here into Q5. So it's all over the place. It's a real mismatch, really. Check Q4. On AM, Q3 emitter is shorted to ground. So, how did you work that out then, Rob? So I would assume that this switches down to AM, puts AM on here somehow, but yeah, that is ground, isn't it? Oh, you're right, okay. Yes. So we're saying that Q3 is not passing the AM signal. Although it is going up there, Rob. Okay. See, I thought, yeah, D4 is the detector. So we're saying that it's only Q4 and Q5 for AM then. Right, thanks for that. Thanks for that. Derek. Who else was it saying about Q4? Anthony. Thanks for that, Nick. Yeah, Rob was saying on AM Q3 is shorter to ground. Rob Titheridge. Yeah, I didn't suss that, Rob. Of course, if that switch there is down to the AM position, then yeah, that is grounded. But we've still got something coming up here, haven't we? On this line, because if we switch to AM there, we've still got a signal coming there, though, haven't we? Why have we got a signal coming in here then into this transistor from AM? Certainly goes into the emitter of Q4. So I mean, if we I'm trying to think the best way here, probably to inject in Q5. That's got to be the second IF. So are we saying that T7 is the... Yeah, T5 and T7 are the two. I've already sussed that, I think. I'm confusing myself now. Yeah, T7 is... So this must be the second IF then. So it looks like Q4 and Q5 are the first and second IF. So Q3 is an extra stage for VHF and FM? Well, I'm not sure. This is the confusing bit, see? Ha! Ben. Crawl out the window. Yeah, thanks, Nick. Q7 is also in the AM section. Q7. Yeah, Q7 is to do with the oscillator, isn't it? This is definitely AM down here, yeah, for sure, because it comes up through this transformer here, and it feeds it into various places. Feeds it into the base of Q4. So Q4 is probably acting as the IF and a mixer, or whatever they call it, mixer and the IF, and this is the oscillator. So oscillator, IF mixer on AM, and IF on FM. So Q4, Q5 are the two that are in action for AM by the looks of it then. I knew you guys would know, see. I'm just not used to this type of schematic at all, really. What makes it confusing is that VHF is also AM. Yeah, I know, Rob. That is really confusing. Or maybe it needs this oscillator, and maybe that oscillator doesn't work unless this is switched to VHF. I don't know. But it does look like this is the VHF front end here, though, isn't it? Maybe the VHF front end is using this oscillator still. It's just confusing. As I say, I'm not brilliant on schematics, to be fair. It's not my forte. FM doesn't use Q1 or Q2. No, it's VHF is Q1, Q2, isn't it? We did pretty much, Joe. Yeah, because it is working. I think what we need to do is connect it back up and just see where we are to start with. I'm going to attempt to connect it back up. Let's say everything's a little bit tangly at the moment. I think we need to start cable tying various things just to keep them from flopping around everywhere. Let's do the Let's do the, what's his name? Pulley. Stop that flapping about everywhere. This mains is a pain in the backside. Right, so this is our speaker here. Don't really want those touching. Keeps pulling out of that one as well. Put a blob of solder on that. Make it a little bit stronger. It's better. Right, that's that. That's the ground to the speaker, or center tap. I'm not sure what's going on with that. That's our antenna. Let's pop the power off for a minute while I connect it up. So positive and negative. Now I need to somehow stop these switches shorting onto the board. Multi, how you doing? Yes, it's got Airband on it, Gavin, and it's also got well, this is designed for the States, so it's got the weather band on it and all sorts of other stuff, police and utilities for the US market. Right, where's my scissors gone? They were here, but they're now on the floor. That should stop that shorting out, hopefully. This one. I need to still be able to operate these switches because they're what switches the radio on and off and switches all the different bands. That's the volume, which will keep up pretty high anyway. Now I think the other radio is going to be a simple fix. I think that's just literally going to be caps and job done, because it's sounding all right at the moment. It's just a little bit low on volume. The capacitor change will sort that out, no problem at all. I thought that was the case on this one, because if you remember last week, we did have some real dodgy caps on this one. It has improved it a little bit, but not a massive amount. See, we've got a wire come off already on that one. It's asking for trouble having all this stuff hanging off of it, really, but if push comes to shove, I have got another radio I can refer to. Really fine wire on this. Right, that's the volume pot reconnected. Right, so hopefully nothing can short out now. Let's move everything else off the bench. It's nice to have a fairly tidy bench for a change, to be fair. I think the police and that over here, Nick, were on AM. I know the fire service definitely were. I'm sure they were on AM, you know, Nick. The guys in the US will be able to tell us, but I'm pretty sure it's AM. Right. It looks like everything's connected. Let's stick a lead on for an aerial. And so what have we got there? That's the on-off switch, so that's off in the middle. This is in AM, stick that in FM to start with. Right, fire in the hole. Hang on, we need to be in the center position for that one. So that proves that FM is working, but the volume is really low on it. That's maximum volume, that should be very loud.
Down and say, wow, are you coming with me? Cause I wanna know now. You trying to hide it, you play and start beating around the bush.
So that's FM. So if we go over to AM, you listen to the hiss at the moment, full volume, nothing. It's pretty much dead. So if we get a screwdriver and touch the so the amp is definitely working. And that's the wiper there. So there's no problem with the amp. That's plenty loud enough. So we've sorted that with all the capacitors, but the problem is the AM, well, and FM is low as well. So it's got to be one of the transistors that does both. Now that one there is Q4, and the emitter is on the right here. So the emitter is there. So let's try, let's hook this up and see if I can stick a signal in it. I'm going to stick a fairly low level signal because I don't want to kill the thing. 100 millivolts at the moment. Let's try 1 millivolt. 30% AM. I'm going to connect it via a cap. What can we stick it through it? Where's my non-polarized? 0.01, 10 NF, or 100 NF. Let's stick 100 NF in series with the output from the signal generator. So let's connect this one to ground. I suppose I'm going to have to connect it to ground there. So I connect my not scope, my capacitor to that. Nothing coming through that at all on the IF. That's 457, same as the other one. Okay. So probing that has got nothing coming out. Hi Gio, how are you? Oh, okay. UK were AM, but US was FM, was it? So non-aircraft, but it has got Airband on it. This one as well, which is a bit strange. Right. So Anthony's saying I should check the amp by feeding audio into R1 first to see if the amp is right. Both sides of the wiper. We've got the input ground and the wiper on the volume pot. Anthony, I've just touched the wiper with the screwdriver. Hovis bread, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that I am on ground there. On the, yeah, because that's the power switch there, so that's definitely is ground. So I need to find the other transistor. This is the fun part, is trying to identify the board. So nothing on Q4, as far as I'm aware. Dvorak. Yeah, same here, Anthony, but it's AM here, isn't it? Even though it's VHF, it's VHF AM. Dear, this is so confusing. We're going off track a little bit, but I suppose it is relevant to the layout of the schematic on this thing, because it is quite confusing. So, I mean, it could be this one up here or this one. But it's just a case of trying to trace the tracks on this out through these cans. I mean, we've got to assume that the green one there is the second AM IF, what it is, because I mean, by altering these two cans here, I can affect the signal. basically with the modulator fed through it. Actually, I ought to demo that, but it does work. So, I mean, I'm just looking at the schematics. Let's go back to the schematic on the screen. Hi, David. Cheers, mate. Good night. Thanks for dropping in. Aircraft is international, isn't it? So it would be AM, no matter what country you listen to it in. Okay, so I'm trying to find then Q4 we've got. So I've injected here. I've injected here on the emitter of Q4. I mean, I've only got 1 millivolt, but that should be enough to push a fairly strong signal through there. Which is not working. So I need to try and backtrack back through this way to try and find Q5. So we know those two are linked. So the output of the FM transformer goes directly to the base of Q5. So if we can find that, we should find a capacitor on that line as well. So I need to have a look at the board and see if I can find this wire or this track here. Because the other side goes down to the other transformer. So there's only 2 outputs on it, which is handy. So that's going to be the green one here. Let me get my eyes on. You can keep looking at the schematic for a minute while I just get my head on into the radio. See if I can find where the hell this thing is. So that's the transformer there. That's the green one. That's the 3. Hang on, so that's that one. That's the 3 sides. That's the 2. That goes down. Ah, there he is. It's this one here. Right, okay. So the emitter is the one with a flat on it. Can't see the damn flat on that one. Oh, there. So it looks like the emitter is this one here. Right, okay. Let me just mark a silver dot there so I remember. So got lots of wires pinging off everywhere here. Let's fire up again. I'll say we're on maximum volume, so it is. No, I'm not getting anything. Let's put a stronger signal in it. Oh, I think I've just I've just shocked the transistor back into action. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the main camera a minute. So it's working. As you can hear, it is now working. Because I've basically stuck a massive signal in that and shocked it back to life. So it looks like Q5 is the culprit. So as you can hear, I'm now able to stick my loop near the radio and it's working fine. So, let's see if we can hit it with a bit of spray and stop it working again. No, it's not working. Bit of heat maybe? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we've got a temperamental transistor there. I've just shocked it back into life. I mean, it was Les that first told me that you can shock transistors. But yeah, it was Les that first told me. FM, how you doing? The latest in radio psychology. No, it's not. It's just, it's shocked. Sorry about the wrong camera there. Apologies for that. So the area of interest is down here. This is the emitter, base and collector of that transistor, just in this area. Let's find a better pointery tool. So that's the emitter there. Let's turn it back on again. Typical, it's working again now. But there's no way that I can leave it like that, because rest assured it would fail the minute I sent it back. So we're going to have to change that transistor. There, it stopped again now. Look, can you hear that? Touch it again. Stopped again. So the other transistor is up here. You know, that's the first I have. It's quite weak. But yeah. You know, probably putting a too strong a signal in here. Let's put 5. Stopped again, look. Strange, isn't it? So yeah, that transistor is shot. So the next question for you all, for all you experts out there, is what do we change it for? It does need a new transistor, yes, it does. So it's that one in there. and it is an ED1502C, I believe. Now I've had a look at this. Yeah, ED1. It's an ED1502C. Now let me get the apologies for that. It's blown the camera out. It's in too close. No likey. Come on, camera. You can do it. Yes. There he goes. Yeah, so it's this one just here, which is Q5. So let's get my my screen back up. So, oh, hello, what's that? This is the transistor across the top. I mean, they're showing it in a TO92 cam, but it's not. It's a TO106 cam, I think, or a 160. I can't remember now. But it's given me some equivalents here. Now, I've had a look down through all of these equivalents, and I haven't got any of these, believe it or not. I've got hundreds and thousands of transistors, but whenever you need one, you can't find one. You know, I've looked through my list. Where is it? It's here somewhere, that one. The only thing I've got close to it is this one here, ED1402E. ED1402E is there, look, but it's got pretty much the same. This is what if I go right up to here, there you can see the difference. I mean, it's got a slightly higher voltage rating, 10 volts higher voltage rating than the original, same collector emitter voltage, same base emitter voltage, same current, same temperature, but it is just slightly higher gain. Now the problem I've got is I cannot find the box that this is in. It's a pain in the ass. I've been looking for it just now. According to this, it's in box 6. So I've just got to rummage around here to see if I can find box 6, because that one would probably do the job. Now with transistors, don't they alter the gain? Let me just put that in the chat if anyone wants to see that. So it's an hi Mike Cass. It's an ED. I've got it written down on here, and I have looked. These are available from a seller in the Netherlands. It's an ED1502C. That's the transistor code. Any a medium to high gain NPN silicon. Have a look at my list then. Let me just get my list of components up a bit bigger. Oh, I've got too many, to be fair. Give me an example of one then, Derek. PNP, PNP, NPN. It's only 200 milliwatt surface mount, that one is. So here we are on my list. I don't know how well you can see that. Can I zoom in on that? Yeah, trouble is it's zooming all this rubbish in as well, isn't it? I don't know which ones these. What I haven't done on my list is put down whether they're PNP or NPN. So JFETs, lots of 2Ns, but I'm sure that the 2Ns aren't in that list. 2SCs, 2SD. Went to the ACs, BCs, BC 108, 109. No, that's all. Lot fits won't fit. We've got an MPN there, BC 168. We've got one of those though. Only need one though, to be fair. BC 168 says MPN. NPN amplifier. We're putting down there. NPN amplifier marked C547B. So that's NPN, and it's an amplifier in box 7, but is that an output? See if I've got any others listed as NPN. NPNS. That's a 2 watt. No, we're going crazy now. So that's the extent of my spares. BC 547, Anthony? 457. Have I got that one? BC 347B or C? I haven't got a BC 347. I've got a 547B. I've got a 547, but 547 should do it. I've got 19 of those in box 7 apparently. I don't know where the hell box 6 has gone. I don't know for the life of me. Box 6 has left the building. The box 6 would be almost a perfect swap in for that. So BC 547B. This is the sort of knowledge you gain from many, many years in the industry, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm going for the BC 547. Go up in frequency enough. Let's Google it then. Let's Google the BC547. Mauser. Absolute maximum ratings. So we're okay on the voltages, I'm pretty sure, because I think they were 30 on the other one. 45 and 50 on this one. Current 100 milliamps. Now where's the other sheet? Uh, 50 milliamps, so yeah, better than that one. What's the gain? Between 110 and 800. For some reason I've got this on two sheets here. So HFE's 210 on that one. We can measure the HFE. So it's going to be somewhere within that range, isn't it? And what's the frequency then? Has it got a frequency here? Yeah, see, the B should be in the region of 200 to 450, so I think we're okay with that. We've got frequency. Can you see frequency anywhere? Have I gone past the frequency? Here we go. Capacitance. No. Frequency. FT 100. Yeah. Must be a frequency. I've probably gone past it. Yeah, you're probably all shouting. Here we go. 300 meg. Current gain bandwidth product. So that was 300. What was the other one? Oh, there wasn't a frequency on it, was there? Or am I cracking up? I'm looking at the temperature on it, 150. Just wondering, is that too high a frequency then? Let's see what the experts say. Just check the HFE is over 120. Probably okay. Bob saying fine. Thank you. Let's have a look on the pinout then a minute. So CBE. CBE. And what's Nick saying? Is 4.2 volts any higher? How do you mean, Nick? Where are you seeing 4.2 volts? Oh, emitter base voltage, are you saying? Maximum is 5 or 6 volts. Emitter base. What's the other one? That's 4 volts. Collector base and collector emitter 25 and 30 volts. $50 and $45. I'm not sure what you mean there, Nick. You've confused me there. So we can check this anyway. So we know it's collector base emitter. So if we're looking at it from the bottom, I'm just going to draw this out so it's the same as the other one, so I make sure I get them in the right stage. Right. Oh, lithium batteries. No worries, Nick. I wonder what the hell was going on there. I was thinking, hey, that's not right. So yeah, that's our little new one. It's a Philips as well. 547B. Let's have a look at the HFE on it then. So it needs to be 200 or over. $419. I think that's over. That's well over. Right, I'm going to need to be very careful now that I get some. It's this one here, just up in hell. That one. Be very careful now that I get it in the right orientation, otherwise we'll be in all sorts of pain and hurt. Let's get my eyes on then. Let's see if I can put a mark on the board. So we want the emitter because it's the same layout in a way. But the flat on this one marks the emitter. Now is that it there? Yeah, so that's the emitter. Yeah, for some reason my silver pen is kaput. That's the emitter. The problem is I can't see underneath this one very well. It could be either of these is the base, that's the problem. So if that's the emitter, I think that's the base there, and that's a collector. I think the problem is I can't see underneath the transistor to see the pin out until it comes out of circuit. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Theo, but it's a good indication, isn't it, that it's got a good gain. It's definitely going to be over the 200 mark, I would have thought. I think you can set this up to test HFE at different frequencies anyway on this one. See what it tests it at. It'll probably give it a different reading now. I've got my fingers. I'm saying that it's a bit more accurate than germanium, isn't it? Red and green needs shortage. You are correct, tester. Try again. So, does it tell me? So it's tested at 5 milliamps. No, it doesn't tell me what it tests it at. It does tell you in the manual what frequency it tests it at. No leakage though. So say it's saying it's 415 HFE, so pretty good. You tend to find that some of these silicone ones are huge HFE. Right, let me just check my theory. So that's the emitter. Where does the base go? The base goes to... Yeah, so that is base. Yeah, okay. No, I did have them the wrong way around. Let's get my get a cotton bud. Just looking at the circuit here, assuming the circuit diagram is correct. The base definitely goes to the transformer. Mind you, so does the collector. But it goes to T4, which is the previous one, this one. Goes to a diode. Diode is down there. Yeah, so emitter base collector. Right, let's pop it out. Let's pop her out. Hi Mike, how are you? Hi Christoph. Did I say hello to you, Mike? Pretty generic. I didn't look it up in towers, to be fair. I should have done, really, shouldn't I? Right, that's it desoldered, I believe. So let's see when it comes out. Oh. Maybe I haven't desoldered it then. bizarre. Yeah, surely I have. No, I've desoldered. Desoldered a resistor there. Strange. Okay, strange. I was on the emitter when I shocked it, but I've desoldered a resistor just to confuse myself. Right, try again. So that is the emitter there. That is the base, and that's the collector. I had it right the first time. Flipping heck. See, doubt yourself. That's the base, and that's the collector. Right, I think I'm with it. I'm with something anyway. So that's the emitter. That's the base. And that's going to be the collector. So the collector is going to that resistor. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, R31. Yeah, okay. Right. I'm definitely there now. Right, try again. Dodgy transistor. Tweezers, dropped them on the floor again probably. So the flat is the emitter. The flat is the emitter, which is there. Just right, yeah. Base and collector. So that's the base. That's the collector. So I had it right the first time. I had it right the first time. I'm doubting myself, see? What am I going to pop out? Ah. Automatic test frequency selection 1, 15 and 200 kilohertz. Hufflepuff Hogwarts forever. Right. We'll stick that one on the tester in a minute. So this one is collector base emitter. Come on, get in there. Be interesting to see if she sings still after this, or she squeals. So I'm going to leave the legs a bit long just to start with, just to play devil's advocate. Let's zoom you right back out again. Now that one's in. So you can just about see the legs stood up, and there's our new transistor. Hopefully in the right way. Let's have a look at our old one on the tester. As I say, I did shock it back into life by chucking a big signal up its back end, but it was quite easy to kill it dead again. So HFE is 73. I wonder if it's susceptible to heat. Let's stick my hand on it and let's heat it up just with my fingers. Let's get you a bit closer. Let's see if that changes with the heat from my fingers on it. 76, not a lot. So yeah, that one should be HFE of around, what was it in the book? I'm confusing myself now. Let's just have a quick look at the sheet on it again. So yeah, HFE should have been around the 200 mark. So yeah, very low gain. Low gain, no pain. Right, shall we see if it works? Who thinks it's going to work and who thinks it's no chance? No way, Jose. Now I'm expecting an improvement in FM as well, because FM does pass through that transistor. Maybe it preferred it at the higher frequencies and it was okay, but are you ready? Yes. She blows. Right. We got loads of volume now. So we're on AM. Let's see if we can pick up anything on AM. Bearing in mind we've got a hell of a lot of noise in here and I've not got it turned around. Let's try Derek's transmitter then. See if we can tune and find that in a minute. That sounds like it there. Now this new phone, has this got... This hasn't got an audio jack, look. Oh, that's naughty, isn't it? Why would they do that to me? Right, let's plug it into the computer then. Let's load up Amazon Music. No signal generators turned off. Let's just play a podcast for it. Let's play the ICQ podcast. YouTube channels for ham radio.
HLO, DX Engineering, Gigapart, some of the other stores. Hey, I need a good Earth setup. You have to work on it, and niche gear, and specialty products, and more things like that. So just getting into it is a bit of a task in and of itself. Now, Peter Van Horn, KA6U, is somebody who sort of an Elmer, and there that Al Ward, W5LUA, the award recipient or certificate recipient, praise for that. Now, W5LUA spent over 3 decades, so 38 years to work all states. He began shortly after 900 megahertz was sort of approved and open. So I'll kind of end it with that. I think those numbers. ICQ Podcast episode 422, Bunkers on the Air Station. Well, hello and welcome, fellow amateur radio enthusiasts, to this, our 422nd episode of the
Well, there you are.
Radio Podcast. Supported it.
I don't even know if I'm even... correctly tuned into that, but it's certainly pushing that through, isn't it? Right, FM. Much louder.
One of the kind of well-known curse words. Just scream J.
This was very much correct.
Okay, wow, we're doing well. Now we need the ultimate test airband. Now, where is my amateur aerial? Because that should get us some cracking airband signals if I can hook it up. Which I should be able to. Probably better if I put the adapter on the end of that. So I'm going to hook this up to my outdoor aerial and see if we can pick up any airband on this thing. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, I think you can get an adapter to connect it to one, but yeah, I think I've got the same phone as you, Rob. Anyway, so as I say, I've just changed my phone. So let's connect up to my outdoor aerial, which you can see is massive, great thick West Flex. And let's pop it onto airband, which is all that way. Now that's an airband data signal. So the action, I think, is going to be up near the top. Thing is, the pulley system gives this a slow motion. Thank you, Chris. Hey, Bill, how you doing? Very naughty puppy. I'm not that naughty, Bill. Right, I need something to tune this because it's doing my fingers in. What's the tuning? Is that got the same? No. Come on, airplanes, where the hell are you? When we need you. Let's get my scanner book, and what we'll do is we'll set it up with a signal generator on a, let's get the old UK AFG book out again. And I think in here there's a sort of common London Control at Shanwick. Here we go. See Bury Head. I'm not really sure. Bury Head's down this way. There's a few frequencies for Bury Head. Bristol Brecon 133.6 sounds a very common frequency. 133.6. So let's set the SIG-gen on that a minute. Let's stick that signal into it, and then we'll tune to that, and then we'll leave it on that and see if we can get any airband, because the problem with airband, as you probably all know, it jumps in and out so quick. So what if you've got a scanner that stops on the station? You can track it, but a radio like this is very, very difficult. So what I'm trying to do is try and induce a signal into it from this. So if I go 133.6, that should, I mean that's Brecon, so should be able to hear that from here. Right, so 5 millivolts. See if we can tune to that. Of course, my hand is giving it capacitance, that's a problem. So, I mean, you'd think there'd be something there. Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Bury Head, yeah. Bury Head is spelled B-E-R-R-Y, not bury your head. Joe. See, London Shamwick is usually pretty good. So look, see if there's any airplanes up in the sky. Let's go on ADSB. I'm sure you've all heard of ADSB. Let's see if I can pop that link in. Because you're right smack bang in the middle of my screen, that's why I don't want you. Right, let's go to where I live then. Yeah, sure enough, it doesn't appear to be a lot going on in my area. That what have we got over in Wales? No, it's a few little light aircraft. There's some planes up here, up near Bristol. We've got this one here. What's this one doing? This one is from Ireland, Boeing 737. So where's he headed? Come on, multi, you must know a good frequency for me. So the spot, the dot there is where I live, look. So you can see where I am, down in southwest England, on North Devon coast. Just north of Dartmoor and southwest of Exmoor. But nothing in my area, which is typical, isn't it? One through 3.6 should be okay. So Bury Head is down here on the south coast. Look. For all you Bury Head fans, it's down near Brixham. There's Bury Head, look. Bury Head National Nature Reserve. And actual Bury Head is there right on the end. So it's like that little nose that sticks out from South Devon. So I mean, the Bury Head frequency should get this plane calling in, shouldn't it? And Bury Head is on... No, Land's End Bury Head. No, Land's End's down here, so I'm not sure what they're on up to there. 1260750. Let's try finding that. Right, see if we can find that on the radio. We might hear that plane there calling in. Right, so we're now on the frequency for Bury Head, which is very close to this plane here. And maybe they have to call into Bury Head. I don't know. If you click on the plane, it brings up a little plan of what the plane is. You can see its activity, where it's been. So it's come out of Ireland. Oh no, it's come from Leeds. Gone to Francisco de Sacanero Airport. Leeds. Oh, that was, yeah, that's today. So it's come out of Leeds. It's headed down south. To say, this is Bury Head here. This bit here. Right in there, wasn't it? Yeah. Mike's near Heathrow, but you got loads over there, Mike. There's nothing really coming over my way, is there? I mean, there's some stuff down at Newquay way. Let's see, Culham. There's an airport there, look. So we've got this one here. That's a Sikorsky helibus coming into Cornwall Airport. So we could look at the Cornwall approach, although we're probably going to miss him because by the time we found it, St Morgan approach 235.025. Oh, do you have some of them? What should we do? Should we put this one back together now? Let's go back to the radio. It doesn't look like we're going to get any airband, does it? Yeah, I can hear you. Coming in loud and clear, Theo. You're clear for landing, Theo. It's a Coast Guard helicopter, Gavin, is it? That ADSB is a very interesting site. You've got a lot of the military stuff comes on there, so it looks like we've cracked this one for sure. Let's pop it off and see if I can get the thing back together. This is going to be hellish difficult to get this thing back together, I can tell you. It took me ages to get that. Reassemble the jigsaw. You just want to see me suffer, Bob. That's cruel. You want to see me suffer. You want to see me squirm. How are we doing for time anyway? 4 o'clock. It took a little while to get that sussed, but it had to be one of those IF transistors, and it's strange that that one sprang back into life once you give it a kick in, wasn't it? Very strange. Right, so disconnected from the power now. Let's see if we can get this thing back together. As I say, we've got one more to do yet, but so that won't happen today. Let's see if we can get this one back together, and need to find a need to find some sort of what am I trying to say here? Top for the aerial, that's what I was trying to say. I need to find an antenna top for it. Now I did squirt some deoxit into that and into all these switches, so I don't need to do that again. We don't need to overdo that. Clearly they're switching quite nicely now. Will it ever go back together? Will it ever go back together? I've got another beer to go yet, so we've got to finish that. But I think the other one's going to be much easier because that is actually working. It's just a little bit quiet because of the caps in the audio section, so that one's going to go fine. Reassemble. Am I going to do an alignment? Well, I have given the AM a tweak, but I can't. I'm a bit reluctant to align it too much because I got no information on it, Anthony. I am tempted to have a go. Let's put it that way. I'm tempted to give it a go. I don't think it needs a lot, to be fair, because it is working well. But, you know, never say never. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do before I start that, because I need a skip to the loo. I need a comfort break a second. Hi Martin, how are you, mate? Did the video freeze? No, it's still there. See? No freezy. Sherpa to guide it back together. I need something, Bill. I need something, Bill. Right, skip to the loo. Talk amongst yourselves. Sounds like Maddie's on her way out for a skippity walk-in. Right, I'll be back. Right. Let's crack on then, get this thing back together. Liberation Day, you went to a festival, very nice too. I think Chris said he wanted to keep the old capacitors, didn't you, Chris? I take it Chris is still with us. So I'm just putting the switch bank back in a minute. Easier to do now before I screw it all back together. I've had to peel some of this very thin felt stuff back out of the way. To get at the screws. But yeah, what a game getting that off. So not something that I want to be doing with the other one really, because it just takes so long. I was tempted to look at a Sony 2001D. I bought one in as a spares or repairs, but had it precariously balanced on a box on top of the stairs. And I was quietly sat down yesterday watching the telly, and there was an almighty crash and something went bang, 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 and ended up at the bottom of the stairs. And much to my dismay, I went down to see what it was, and there was that Sony 2001D sat looking at me. So I thought, there's no way that's going to work now. So that I was tempted to do that today, but I did want to try and get this one back up and running. So this is taking priority. And I'm sure it's much more fun. Old school, innit? The sort of stuff we like working on. Glucosamine, I take that stuff, Gavin. I don't know what the subject is going on here in the chat, but you know, it's something about Grand National and all sorts of stuff going on. Right, let's all screws our switches back in. Make sure they're not binding. No. It's just some felt there to stop dust ingress to the switches, but I'm not sure why it's over these. It's not even covering the holes. The volume one's the most important one. But that's that. So this board slots in on the bottom then. There's just like 2 slots there. And the rest is held in by these pillar nuts. So we've got one. Actually, let's cut that off a minute. So that one was all the way clockwise. It was that way round. So let's pop that back on to start with. Let's get you in a little bit closer. Let's disconnect that area and get that off the bench a minute, because I'm going to end up wrenching the radio. Radiocruncher. What's going on? Radiocruncher. Okay, so that's all the way clockwise. So that one there is in. Let's pop a nut on that one a minute. That's that one. This one's got a pillar as well, with a nut. Now these have all got to be sort of like varnished in after, just to hold them in place. Now there was one down here. Wrong nut. Okay, we've got another nut here somewhere. Well, maybe that is the right nut then, but it looks a bit small to me. Yeah, that was the nut that was floating around inside it. Okay, Houston, we have a couple nuts loose actually. There's that one. And that one. So, where are they? We have nuts loose. There's one. That's amazing, isn't it? You keep them all in a little box and yet they still end up on the floor. Not sure how that works. So you bet your life the other one's down here as well. But I can't see it. I think this one's got to have a little washer in it as well. Well, we have one nut loose somewhere. Let's grab another one a minute. Looks like one of those. Just a good old M3, because this is. Yes, it is. Or is it? No. It's Imperial. No metric. That one there. It's frustrating because it will be here somewhere. Just who knows where. How about that one? Trouble is, there's loads of varnish and muck on these threads as well. Ah, that one looks like he might. He looks like he might. Yeah. Sorted. Nut disaster averted. Right, two of these have got little pulleys on them. That one and that one. Now this is the fun bit, which is going to be the easiest. It's going to be easier to Who took the dog off? Are you mad? Are you mad? The problem is the spring is decompressed, if you know what I mean. It's a weird size nut, that. I don't know what size that is, but it doesn't, none of my nut drivers fit these nuts. One. It was a bit brave taking these off, but I really had no other choice. There's no way I would have got that transistor out. Oh, come on, you can't be that tight, surely. Flipping heck. Got it. There we go. Oh, she's back. Right, let's take my tape off. Quite a good little method they've used with those plastic pulleys. It did make it quite easy to get them back over. God, just some numpty stuck all this tape around it, which is not making things easy. That's the word for today, numpty. Thomas, how you doing? And Mike, thanks for the tip. Oh, I got that stuck on the top of my head like that. I'll tell you what, I got some good insulation tape here. Just won't come off. Yay, at last. So I also stuck some tape on the dial pointer and around the spindle. I was determined that that wasn't going to come unraveled, that. There, so. Those got to come down, that's in the slot. Got to stick our bit of tape back in underneath there that I stuck to the side. Mustn't forget our bit of tape. Not great that, but there you are. They've sort of spotted that those wires are going to foul, so the factory decided the best job for that is a bit of gaffer tape. Now they're going behind there. This wheel. Screws on there. Yeah, we've got much more slow motion drive now going on. Right, so then we've got the dial face. Can find it buried in amongst all this lot. Let's give that a wipe off while it's out. If I can find me plastic spray. My grubby pull marks off of it. Nice, shiny. What are we up to now? There's a nut amongst your capacitor stash. Yeah, there's a little nut that dropped out of the radio when I pulled the chassis out of the case that really fits nothing. It's too small. Always one in there. Hadn't quite done that one up tight enough. What's going on in here? I don't know what's going on. Alright, let's make sure all these other ones are tight. Be careful because I'm right by the ferret here. Yep. That one definitely is. That one definitely is. There we go. Get in there. Right, we need to stick this lot back on. So I'm just going to use a glue brush and a bit of PVA for that. If I can find my PVA. Bear with me, let's get the PVA. Let's use the Gorilla. Let's get all Gorilla on it. Now you can use wood glue or PVA a little bit like you do Evo stick. Basically coat both surfaces with it and leave it to go tacky and then stick it on. So if I sort of like temporarily stick it on, and peel it back off again until it goes tacky. It will hold it on. Well, let's just let that go tacky a minute. I've now got a nice big blob of glue on the bench. Just get rid of that. I'm going to go and wash my glue brush out. Well, that's going tacky. Tacky. I'm just hoping that we can get some airband action in a bit. We can get this thing back together, that is. Joy of PVA, it does wash out of brushes quite nicely. These glue brushes are quite handy as well. I buy them from Amazon in a pack of, I think it's 5 or 10. And they're that cheap, you just throw them away after you've used them. But I do like to try and reuse them. I bought them mainly for contact adhesive. All clean. Ready for the next onslaught. Right, that should stick right on there now. There we go. Because PVA dries clear as well. Good as new. Paul, how you doing? Just wrench that off. Yeah, good to see you back, Paul. Hope you're okay, mate. How to repair Texan PL16 that won't power on, but the clock is working. You haven't stuck the wrong power supply on it, Paul, have you? By any chance? I think with a PL660, I did try doing one here, but I think the main unobtainium IC had gone on it. Oh, I haven't got a clue, Paul. I haven't got a clue. You'll have to send me an email, mate. Let me know what's wrong with it. I'm a bit up to neck at the moment, to be fair. I've still got a load of repairs still outstanding to do here. So it'll be a little while. Right, what next then, Graham? What next with this rat's nest of a radio? So that's our speakers. And that goes to the center wire, center tap. So let's just get that there. Then we've got our transformer and the dingly dangly battery pack. So let's pop a little bit of varnish on the nuts so they don't come loose. This is Rimmel, the London look. Stolen from Mrs. Cruncher. You can put thread locker on. I mean, this will come off with acetone. beauty of this is it dries quicker than thread locker. That's those, and the other one that needs a blob of it is this tuning cap here. And that should hold it in. Right. Now I did take a load of photos of this, didn't I? I hope. It's really awkward shaped radio, really. That one went down to there somewhere. Right, I need to find my pictures now. Watch me nuts, yeah. Okay. Theo's only here for the beer. Outstanding in his field. No, I like it, Paul. Good old Theo. Right. Time to get this mess back in the radio. Let's see if I can find my photos now of what went where. Otherwise I've got to pull the other one apart, which I don't want to do. No likey. Yeah, we got loads of photos. Loads of good photos. So it looks like the red from the speaker goes to that one. God, it stinks of nail varnish here now. So I take it you know what nail. Oh, hello. What's that ripped off? That's pulled off there. That's the antenna wire. Right, let's pop the antenna wire back on. Well, the antenna lug. Come on. There we go. Let's get some of these hookup wires out of the way because they are in the way. That one I need still because I want to just keep that as a reference because that's the center tap. Right, so this is the transformer. That one can come undone from there now. This is a bit of a pig to work on, I can tell you that for nothing. So I'm not getting involved with the main side of it at all. It's the wrong voltage and I'm not electrically qualified, so I'd stay away from all that sort of stuff. No touchy. So let's have a look. I believe that went that way. Mains transformer, because that was a pain in the backside, wasn't it? So I'm just looking at my pictures that I took of this. So somewhere we can see the mains transformer there, yeah, and more clearly there. So it sits in like that, and that black wire from the speaker comes around and sits on that tab there. It sits in underneath that. And we should have two screws. There's one. Yeah, you can see where I am. There's one. Just catch that. With this rather awkward cable clamp, didn't we? That was horrible to fit. And the other side, I think we've got a washer on that as well. In fact, we've got washers on both sides, and I've only put one on, so I'm going to have to go take that one off again. Oh. And it's typical, the washers are stainless steel, so they're not magnetic. Screws are magnetic, washers aren't. Pop that one back out. Put the washer on. Right, that's the transformer that was floating about in the breeze sorted. Now we've got the black and the red wire for the speaker. Go onto the headphone jack. If you can see what I'm up to here now, can you? Because I've got the wrong screen up here. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can sort of see what I'm up to. Not that it's that interesting, to be fair, but it's just a chap putting it back in. Oh dear. Right. I'll probably get those wires back on after. I'm not sure where this one goes though, so let's put these on now. The least wires I've got to worry about, the better, really. I'm trying to sort of get you in, but it's really difficult because the lighting's miles away. We've got cameras and all sorts here. Okay, so I think that's the right way around. Liver and onions? Nah, not my. I'm not a liver and onion man. Thank you, Rob. Right, where the hell's my pictures gone? Here we go. Right. Oh. Okay, so that red wire there goes to the center of that speaker connection. For some reason, I really don't know what that is. It looks like it's just a ground terminal. Strange they used a red wire for it though, isn't it? Really? You'd think they'd use a black one, but they used red. Right, so we've got our connection for the aerial, which is great. We know what that's for. And we've got any other loose wires? Yeah, this one here from the speaker then. Where's that pulled off of? I think it went up by that big. was that one. That one. So where does that one go? Okay, we've got a wire loose. So we got a wire loose in the house. Let's track it down. Okay, so we should have a wire. There, that's the speaker wires. Does that one join to it as well? I'm just talking to myself for a minute, so talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, it definitely goes down to that terminal. I'm pretty sure that connects on there. Yes, it does. It connects to that black wire there. Okay. Yeah, panic over. That's why it pays you to take good photos, you see. Let's tidy that wire up a little bit. Apologies, my light's in the way. Okay. It is a rat's nest, this radio. It is a rat's nest. Every time you undo one wire, the other one comes undone. Make sure I'm not shorting, that's the only thing. Let me just get a closer look at that. Yeah, fine, not shorting. Right. How are we looking on the front there? Yeah, looking good there. So that could probably come out over the top of that one. Okay, so that's sitting there fine. I've got this rather annoying bottom clamp here to put in. Well, did that ever? Yeah, that's not the right screw for that. That had a clamp on it. That's where that little nut came from. That's where that little nut was. So that bottom clamp had actually come undone. How the hell am I going to get that on there? Yes. That's better. We're getting there. Too long. Hang on, now we've got that black piece there to go in, haven't we? So yeah, that one there will be for there. Okay. I wonder if that is the right screw for there, you know. I think that one's... I'm just talking to myself, people. I hope you're having fun listening to me talking to myself. Sorry about that. Let's catch up with the chat a minute. Who we got in now? Anyone new? Timothy's in. Okay, yeah, with you, Tim. What's Rob done now? Oh, what's he done now? Thanks for the super chat, Rob, if that's what you mean. Oh, you can give a thumbs up to the super chat now. I didn't know that. Huh. That's new. If there's any super chats in here, we can... So I can change it to fan funding. And I can give a thumbs up to all the super chats, look. So all the super chats here on the left, apologies about the multiple screens, but they've got like a little thumbs up button on them. I've never known that before, never seen it. So there you are. Thank you, everybody. Graham Eastwood, how you doing, mate? I've got to work tomorrow, unfortunately. For some bizarre reason, the builder's merchant has now decided to open on Easter Monday. What a waste of time that's going to be. I can't see us having anybody in, hardly at all. I'd be very surprised. It's a total waste, really. Right, I'm going in with the Purple Panther Porter. Dark, sleek, and malted. Down the neck it goes. Yeah, you need a decent liver. I've never been a fan of liver. Strange enough, I don't mind liver pate. What's the sense in that then? I don't mind liver patty, but liver, I think as a child, we didn't have the well, we didn't have any money basically, so we always had the worst of everything. And liver, I think, was really cheap back in the sort of 70s when I was growing up as a kiddie. And I always remember it having loads of pipes in it, and that really, I just could not stick the pipes. Horrible. You had to just cut them out. Nasty. Yeah, there's loads of like light-coloured pipes. I still have nightmares about them, I think. I can still picture them clearly in my mind. This can't be good, can it? Hearts. Maddie's back. Yeah, you can hear her when she is mad. Chinese diesel heater on winter. British Gas now says your annual gas bill should be 180 instead of 450. That's great, as long as you haven't used 300 quid on the diesel heater, Ralph. Oh, you only 60 quid's worth of diesel in a year. That's hellish good. I'm just catching up with the chat at the moment while I'm just pouring my beer. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, Theo, in here. What is going on? Yeah, not a good fan of liver. The doctor definitely ordered it down the neck. Rob, don't keep on. What are you going on about now? Let's get rid of that nonsense. Let's get rid of Rob's nonsense here. What is going on? There we go. She's in. Cheers, everybody. Here's to the bank holiday for those in the UK that have got the day off, unlike me. Not that I'm bitter. Right, aerial. We're getting there. Let's zoom out a bit. We're way too close. Right, okay, that's that. I deliberately saved the little washer and screw. Can't remember whether that went inside or outside. It doesn't really matter, does it, either way? Nice and tight. Right, that's that. All those screws are in. Make sure we've got no screw holes still going. Those two get taken up by that. It goes down there. That's got to stay out there, which it definitely is. Does that go like that? Okay. Tuning still moves, good news. So that one was the slider for there. Feels a bit slack now. Maybe we need to put a little bit of PVA on that. PVA is a bit overkill though, isn't it? Let's see if we can find a little bit of tape to put on that. Yeah, no, I think possibly that's where I've had it as well, Nick. I know we had it at home and I couldn't stick it. Semolina. No, can you remember tapioca? Tapioca, we used to call it frog spawn. That was, I do like that. I am a big fan of desserts, although I can't eat them these days. But, you know, back in the day, I did like a nice dessert. So it's the only thing I used to like about school dinners. We used to have fried spam, can you believe? Fried spam. Yuck. That's too much now, I think. Oh no, there we go. There we are. Bro. Right, let's see if we can find a little top for the aerial a minute. And we are nearly there. Hopefully it's, I'm not, shall I say it? Hopefully it's going to work. Ooh, I should have said that. Should not have said that, Graham. Right. So anybody else like pipes in liver? Get out of your head. Just catch up with chat. You eat anything except poultry, Mike. You're not a poultry man. Faggots, apparently, faggots are supposed to contain nastiness, but I love a good faggot. Anybody else a faggot fan? Yeah, no, you're right. It's not very well made, Bob, but they've sort of done their homework on the functionality of it. You hated spam fried in batter. Yeah, it was a thing. I was in a Roman Catholic school, I think it was, for a while. Was it Roman? I mean, it was run by nuns. I mean, I think it was a good school, and you know, I'm not a mega religious person. I just think it was the only one that we could get into at the time. Was it that school? Or no, I think it was a school in Exeter that were big spam aficionados. Right, so let's see if I can find a little pip for the aerial. I know that's what I got up for, wasn't it? But I got waylaid by spam talk. Let's get me box of busted aerials and see if I can find something that'll yield me a top for the aerial. Is that broken ones or is that all new ones in there? A bit of everything in there. That's just Dynatron, but that one's okay. Don't want to take a top off of a good aerial. I do tend to keep all the old aerials because they could always be useful for bits. So yeah, like I've got a whole tub of aerials that are broken here, but you know, one of these, hopefully, like that one there, which looks like an old R707 that's got a busted section. That may well give us a top, if I can get it off. Cool. That ain't coming off in a hurry. They don't all screw on, some are a push fit, you see. And they use, they must heat them up to put them on or something, I don't know, but I'm sure these just came unscrewed, but it doesn't appear to be. Right, where's my pliers? No, that one won't come off. That's a pain. That one there. No, that's a new aerial. We don't be taking one off of that. Yeah, the only other thing is to heat the thing up, but that one would sit nice on there. What else have we got here? Anything else? No, they don't take no nonsense. No, you're right there. Rice pudding. I used to love the skin on the rice pudding. I used to love the skin. I used to love the semolina, tapioca. How about junket? Have we got any junket fans out there? Any of you lot remember the junket? Some weird slimy stuff, but I used to like this stuff again. Used to love it. Love the junket. I wonder if that'll come off. That's one that Doug. Where is Doug these days? Anybody seen Doug? Doug used to always be in the live streams, but I haven't seen him for yonks. Oh, I think this is one of the aerials that Doug gave me, actually. Doug gave me a few of these aerials. We should fish, shouldn't it? Yes. There we go. That looks smart as well. Look at that. How about that? So to put a little bit of thread locker on that, just so it don't come off again. I'm going to get a bit of thread lock and put on that. Because this thread lock's pretty mental. I put it on some darts shafts and I couldn't get them apart again. This stuff here, look, extreme thread locker, but it does say it's removable, look. So it says medium strength. So you only want a little tiny bit of this. That should be more than enough. Stuff gets everywhere though. And once that goes off, that ain't coming off again in a hurry. It will come off. It is removable, but not easily. There we go. How about that? You liking that, Chris? Finishes it off nice, doesn't it? Right. And that's off a brand new aerial as well, that one. I've sacrificed an aerial for the cause. It's a little bit like Rob Peter to pay Paul, this sort of work, isn't it? Because a lot of the stuff that you need, you can only get off of old radios. So you take one bit off to fix one radio, and that makes that radio not really any good. And then you'll get another bit, take it off another radio to fix another radio, if you know what I mean, and so on and so on. Actually, they come out of there. Yes, I hope Doug's okay. I've not heard from Doug for a long time. I know Mr. Racing Demon's still about. I do see him on Facebook from time to time. It's a shame that he doesn't pop in much now. Must be me. Right, let's just put them back out of the way a minute. And we'll fire this radio up, and hopefully it's all wired back up correctly and it'll work nice. Of course it will. I knew that wouldn't fit back in there if I took it out. There we go. Right. So there we are. We have a top for the aerial. sure it doesn't stick those sections together. So I'll leave that up till it's set, because I don't want to stick all the sections together. Let's make sure we don't get any thread locker on the next section, if you know what I mean. Otherwise it'll stick the bejesus out of it. I think the button top there looks actually nicer than the flat top one I was going to put on it. So thanks to Doug for providing that one for us. I'm just getting rid of some of the stuff on the bench here, because we're gonna play Operation Airband now and see if we can get the thing working on. Well, it does work on Airband, because I was able to tune it into the frequency signal generator even, just preserving the old bits. So say, it would be easy enough to do any alignments on it, because it literally is just take that back cover off and you can get everything to align it. I did give the AM IF a tweak when I was messing around with it yesterday. Right, let's hook her up, see if she still sings. So we're in the off position, fire in the hole. Yeah, let's go FM, which we're on. Dial alignment's right. Dial alignment's bang on. Because 100 megs is classic FM. 97, Radio 1.
You know, the Mongols have done under the Khans before.
Bird. It's called Miscellany, and they're played by harpsichordist Jane Chapman. I'm Hannah French. This is the early music show on BBC Radio 3, the first of two programmes.
Radio 2.
Of this next
AM. AM is very lively now. It's picking up everything.
Saturday the 25th of May in the World Snooker Championship final, Kyron Wilson leads Jack Jones 7-1 for the opening session. 18 the target for victory. They get back underway at 7 o'clock.
That's probably Radio 5 live.
And Almalka won the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket for jockey Sylvester D'Souza and trainer Roger Varian. I can see Jurgen Klopp and Postacoglu both in place. The second half commentary now. The scorers for Liverpool in the time, Madison and Richarlison.
We've got next to nothing on AM in the UK now, which is a real shame. I mean, certainly down in the southwest here, there's nothing. There's nothing. Right, let's try VHF, which is our airband. Hey! VHF even. So should be stations around here if the dial's accurate. This is the sweet spot, really, from about 125 to 133. So let's hook up my external aerial again to the aerial on this. Let's give it half a chance, because trying to get airband indoors on a telescopic aerial, lesser flames flying directly over your head. Come on, planes. Let's see how accurate the dial is then. So let's put that on 130. Let's pop the SIG-gen back on again. Let's dangle 130 around it, see what it thinks. See how far out the dial is. If at all, it might be absolutely bang on. There's a double hump there. There's one there. One there. A stronger one is. The dial is absolutely bang on, look. 130 megs. Come on, planes. Deplane. Put up into the amateur band now. Data. Makes you wonder what the hell these frequencies are, doesn't it? It's very difficult with a radio like this to do any airband listening because you've not got a proper readout on the scale. You don't really know what frequency you're on. So that says roughly 130 there, but I could be on 129.8 or something like that. So you just can't really accurately do airband listening with this unless you can find a station and then... There should be something in around here somewhere. As I said before, airband transmissions are so quick. I'm sure some around 119 somewhere. Right, how are we doing? Let's catch up with the chat. Let's catch up with the chat. Monty Python spam song, yeah. Getting hungry. I've got probably a couple hundred aerials here, but they never fit anything. Anthony likes his rice puddings. Blue is easier to get off than red one. Then I get a tin of rice pudding. I don't mind it cold either, actually. Need to be outdoors, yeah. But let's say I've got an external aerial, so in theory I should be in a better chance. Akar's data, that was that noise I heard then multi, wasn't it? Thanks, Theo. Oh, the horse tablets. Oh, these things here. Ah. Glucosamine. They are big. Bone and joint health. Look at the bones on me. Amazing. I wonder where the glucosamine come from. That's where you got it from, wasn't it? Hi Tina, how are you? Come on, bossy plane. We've got some weird thing there going on. Oh, that's why you can call me Neddy. I'm with you now, Theo. Some weird sort of data noise going on there. Could be a pager, Nick. Don't appear to be nothing in my neck of the woods today. Always the same, innit? Whenever you want a plane, there's never one there. I'm Martin. Your new computer's working. Good stuff. Yeah, it's it's a VHF UHF amateur antenna multi. It's basically 145 and 433 megs, so it should work. It should work. I mean, we can try it without it, just on the indoor aerial, but doesn't make a lot of difference, to be fair. I always tend to find that these type of radios with Airband added onto them seem to be like a bit of an afterthought, really. It's a bit like the Sony 2001D. That's okay, but it's not a great Airband radio. Have we got an Airband radio here with some frequencies in it that's charged, or no, that was not charged up. Alright, has that got any batteries in it? Stick the old Air 8 down here, or Air 7, see if that can find anything. It's a bit of a slow scan, this one. It's a bit of a slow scanner. I want my AOR really, that's got all of the bands already in it. But no batteries. Yeah, cheers Mike, catch you soon mate. So this is an Airband scanner basically, but it's an old one, you know, it's not got all the modern steps and all that in it, but it does work. This is the one I was trying to get going, the AOR, that's a beauty. And the other one that's a really good scanner is the Jupiter. Another beauty, MVT 7100. Bought that brand new back in the day. Won't part with that one. Still got the original box and that for that one somewhere. Let's connect this one up to the external aerial and see if we can get any airband on this thing. Oh. So we need an... Oh, hang on, was that something then? Oh no, that was just me disconnecting that, wasn't it? So I need to get from this to BNC to stick on the top of that, really. We ought to do a bit of an airband session one day. The only issue I've got is it how legal is airband listening? It's sort of a grey area. It's sort of tolerated, but is it legal? Maybe Multi can answer that one for me, because I know he's a bit of an airband fan. But is it actually legal to listen? I think it is and it isn't. It's a bit of a grey area. Rob, you might buy one of the scanners. Yeah, if you want a decent one, mate, go with the AOR. That's a beauty. Has it got the 8.3 steps in it? I think it has. Derek's off. Cheers, Derek. Catch you soon, mate. Well, let's pop that one off. And I know that it's about this radio, but I'm determined to get some airband there. If I can find a frequency with some on, then we got a bit of a chance of maybe tuning this one to it. So let's stick the... this is one that I repaired quite some time ago now. Good old radio, but... So let's put it on auto squelch, and then if there's any planes on, they'll break through it, hopefully. There you go. Weak though, weak station, 122.25. Better write these down, haven't we, as we go. 122.25. You really do want a scanner for airband listening. I don't know what that is, 122.25. Yeah, there's... Cause a lot of noise on. Ah, there we go, 132.950. It is legal, Multi, right? Okay. 134.75. Bristol, a bit far up for me. I can hear the planes normally, Nick, but it's a bit of a stretch for... And 133,600. They're not going to talk again, they were listening. It's really noisy, top part of the band for some reason. Scan it around the 119, there's usually something around there. Something there, very weak. That's playing up now. There's a lot of noise about by the sound of it. Really, I want a Diamond 777 multi, don't I? It's a plane near Ilfracombe. 132950. All right, okay. There's something there. There was something there. 125850. Yeah, probably that 1336 was the strongest one, I think, wasn't it? I wouldn't take it apart yet, Paul, if you can get a refund from the seller, because otherwise you won't get a refund, basically. You might have some stickers on it somewhere inside, or it marked. To get the ICOM out, Theo, yeah, we have to do another shortwave session, won't we? Cheers, Derek. Catch you soon, mate. It's not going to work now, is it? So let's try that 13475. 13295. The difference with this, there you go. I just need to prop this up somewhere because it won't stand up with this area. It's not quite long enough for it to stand up on its own. Now the camera won't focus on it. I can get the Airband book then and have a look, see what it is. See what it is. So 132950's got to be one of the... I've got the muck on that now. I think in the back there is a frequency list, isn't there? That's a good one. That seems quite a busy channel, that. Squawk codes, HF frequency search, HF frequency channel search. Here we go. This is quite good because in the back of this book it's got all the frequencies, so you can find a frequency with something on and then look it up in this book, which is a godsend. So 132950. It's LC Berry Head. It's actually 955. So LC, is that London? So 132. Hang on. Yeah, so that's the new frequencies and the old ones, I think, in that. Yeah, it's 132950. So that's coming in loud and clear. So let's see if we can tune that frequency to the other radio. Let's pop that one back off a minute. Let's pop this one back on. Frequency counter, let's stick that on. 132950. It's a bit of an ass about face way of doing it, but it's, as I say, it's really difficult on one of these analog radios to track down Airband, especially this time of day. Right, so let's go 132.95 megs. Pop this one on. Okay, why are we not on? It's not working now. Hang on. Must be this. So around there somewhere. Come on, radio. You can do it. Oh. Definitely that there. It's typical. They've gone quiet now, or is the radio deaf? Wow, where are they when you want them? Wow, that's enough of that hissing noise. Doing my head, and I'm sure it's doing yours in as well. I'll leave that area extended till that dries. So yeah, this link for this book is in the description in my massive Amazon stuff. Yeah, I find that that's a cracker. What I need to do is get my AOR scanner over there set up and en route. If I can get that one going. I need to learn how to use it first. That's the problem. It's one of those, you know. It's one of those that you need to study the book for days. Can I show you over that side? Potentially I could, but it's a bit of a pain moving cameras. I could try and move the camera around. Where's the webcam? The webcam's on a different button now for some reason. Let me see if I can just move the main camera around. I can hear Mrs. Cruncher sorting out dinner, so. Just about. It's a bit of a mess over this side, to be fair. Well, that's great. The light's just found its feet. I've been trying to sort the light out earlier because it was flopping all over the place, but it's just literally found its feet and it's right smack bang in the middle of the camera. Great. Right, what's that look like? Not great with that in front of it. It's a bit of a mess over this side of the bench, but you can see the AOR radios there. The first and second ones are linked. One's a spectrum display, and I'm on about these here. These two are linked. That's the radio and that's a spectrum display, but that's a spectrum display and a radio all in one up the top. Bought that from a government surplus auctions. Obviously I've got a load of scanners down here and my amateur radio stuff and some CB and amateur radio stuff. There's loads of stuff over this side. This all needs gutting totally. You can just about see the bottom of a Mullard high-speed valve tester there as well. Look. See him? Just there. So then we've got my VR 5000 receiver scanner, my Yaesu amateur radio, and there's a Uniden UniAce 200 on sat on top of that. So there you are, quick preview of some of the scanning gear, but I got a lot of it. I've got a lot of it. I just need to tidy it up when I get time, if I ever get time. This is the thing. Unfortunately, working now, as well as trying to do the YouTube, is quite fun and games, really. Quite fun and games? It just doesn't sound quite right, does it? Okay. Back to where we were. Yes, it's unlikely to be the IC, but I suspect someone's connected the power up wrong. Danish is saying deaf compared to an ICOM 8500. What's deaf compared to an ICOM 8500? Danish. Have I got a splitter for the antenna? No, I haven't, Joe. Big dumpster for the mess. What do you mean, dumpster Danish? I do like the new ICOM receiver. That's a beauty. Well, there's two. There's one unobtainium, but then there's is it the 8750 or something like that, or 8700? Replace the 8500. I would really like that. Yeah, no worries, Paul. You can send it on for us to have a look at. Yeah, there's not a lot of aircraft really around this way on a Sunday, to be fair. fact, there's not a lot of aircraft in the air at all. Well, if we go back to the ADSB exchange page, if you look at the UK, this is all centered around London. So if you live in London or in that area, look at the concentration of planes there. And then you look where I am, look where this black dot is, and there's absolutely nothing. We got some stuff coming in from the North Sea there, but you know, nothing really coming across from the Channel. Fair bit in France, look. If you go to our friends over in the States, there's a few planes there, isn't there? Flipping heck, look at all that lot. Oh dear. I suppose there's areas that I've zoomed right out, but yeah, there's a lot of planes there, that. Well, I'll take it that's an airport. Charlotte Douglas International Airport, yeah, so yeah, not a lot where I am. Mind you, when you look at that, it looks like there's a lot of planes. You start zooming in, it soon thins out a bit though. You know, we've got an airport up in Bristol, but there's not a lot of action up there even. One at Exeter. Nothing, really. Well, this one's probably headed in for Exeter by the looks of it, is it? Sort of headed that way. There's the Exeter airport there. Maybe this one's headed to it as well, but that could be going. This one's coming in. Where's that one from? United States, look. Cargo Aircraft Management. Boeing 767 coming in from somewhere. Where's he been to? Let's have a look. Where's he just come from? He's come from Louis Munoz Marin International Airport. Before that, he was in Miami. I don't know where he's going to then. So you can click on the aircraft and get a bigger picture as well, look. So that's what it is. Good information, isn't it? Anyway, I digress. I do like messing about with Airband. $8,600, Nick? It might be the 8600. I know there's a new one, isn't there? You got the 8500, Nick, haven't you? Yeah, it is the 8600. This is the ultimate, look, the 9500. If anybody wants to send me one of those to have a play with, I'll happily have a play with that. But this is the latest one, the 8600. I think it's SDR based. Radio World did have one of these, look. Look at that, 10,000 quid. Yeah, £10,700. You saved by 5% there, out of stock. That is an amazing bit of kit. Get off. Crazy thing. Radio World. Just trying to see if there's anyone got any of the 8600s for sale. 86. Lamco up. There we go. 2,600. That's better than 10,000. Still a lot of money, isn't it? You can do it in 3 interest-free payments, look. That's a bargain. So it's got a waterfall on it. Can't zoom in, unfortunately. Yeah, £2,699. Very nice. That took over from the 8600. Used equipment. Rotator there, look, nice. TS2000. I think another one, Nick had one of those, didn't you, Nick? They don't categorize them though, do they? No. Anyway, I'm digressing yet again. Yeah, those Icom receivers are amazing. Amazing. It is like they're avoiding my area. Zooming on Colorado, so I've come off of that now. Yeah, that 9500 is amazing. Yeah, no worries, Paul. Off to Brussels. Have you been fixing it recently, Nick, have you? You've got an 8600 as well, Rob, have you? Wow. Yeah, the 9500 is amazing. It could come in shocking pink for all I care. I'd still have it, Theo. Even if it was pink with blue spots, I'd still have the thing. It's a beauty. Yeah, the 8600 is very nice as well. Cheers, Paul. Catch you soon, mate. Right, I'm off. I was going to do a shorter stream today, but I've gone on longer, look, 6:30. Typical, isn't it? I was going to do a shorter stream, save me back, but it didn't happen. But we did get Chris's radio sorted, even with a brand new aerial toplet. Just a ticket. I've got to do a couple little cosmetic bits to it. I've got to stick back the vinyl where it's come off, give it a bit of a clean up. But apart from that, that's a good to go. I think I've got to do the other one as well, Chris, haven't I? I've got to do the caps in the other one, and that'll be job done then. But that took some time to sort that, to be fair. Cheers, Joe. So that's it, people. If you want to give that a thumbs up, that'd be great. Leave some comments. Thanks again for the tips, super chats. Much appreciated. Thanks again to my Patreons and channel members. All helps keep me going. So I'm not sure what we'll do next week yet. We could look at the 2001D that's gone down over a complete flight of stairs. See if that still works. I haven't even tried it to see if it works in the first place. Catch you soon, everybody. Thanks for your help as well. Locating the issues with that. So have a good one. Don't work too hard. And I'll see you next week. Cheers for now.